So it's already one past, but welcome to the Sali 2, so lecture hall 2. We are having Curtis, Ovid, Poe here, presenting us with Coming Soon. And I think, yeah. So are you gonna help me with this? Yeah, so welcome, come on. I actually remembered that I should be recording this as well, so let's start recording as well. So again, welcome, and sorry for the small delays we have here. Curtis will present coming soon to us, and I think you're okay to go now.
I am.
So
switch that back? I don't know Windows at all.
Yeah, Alt plus Tab.
Okay, are we good? Can you hear me in the back, folks? Excellent. New.
Oh dear God. Sorry for the delay.
We're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. First of all, thank you, everyone. Hope you're having a nice time visiting Helsinki. Absolutely beautiful city from what I've seen before. Really nice. Today's talk is Coming Soon. Actually, the title should probably be arriving now because it's going along well, but you'll understand what I mean in a moment. But before we talk about that, I do want to take just a moment to mention this little pin I have here with the Ukrainian flag colors. And I just want to say a quick thing about that. So far, we've hosted 2 sets of refugees at our home. The first set was a lovely interview presenter. News presenter, she left Ukraine out of fear for her life, but she felt she had to go back, and she's there now doing her job. The second family, though, was particularly interesting. Absolutely wonderful family. They owned a hotel in Ukraine. They have since found out that Russians who are occupying their hotel have filed the paperwork to claim ownership of their hotel, which is a horrifying thing. I won't say anything more. You can draw your own conclusions, think about it as you will, and we'll move on. So I'm with all around the world. A number of you would probably know our consulting firm. We go in and help people build systems, rebuild systems, refactor systems, build test suites. Sometimes we just analyze their processes and help them be more efficient. Mostly it's Perl, but a lot of this is we've done work in Go, we've done work in Lua, C++, React, quite a number of different languages. And currently, all around the world.fr is our main website. We don't actually do much work on that website because we're more word of mouth. It's our reputation which gets us work. I'm on Fastodon at Ovid, if you're familiar with Mastodon. There's also Blue Sky, but that looks kind of dead. There's the site formerly known as Twitter. I haven't checked the news this morning. I don't know if they still exist. Let us hope. You can email me at ovid@allaroundtheworld.fr if you'd like to. And the last one is my personal email, curtis.poe@gmail.com. Try not to say that in French. .com. You can get to me there if you'd like to also. And as many of you know, I've been doing Perl for about 20 plus years, along with a variety of other languages, as you will see. For this particular talk, most of you, if you've been to my talks before, you know I like to leave a large set of time at the end so people can ask questions because I cover a lot of material. But I do ask, if there is something in my talk that you do not understand, please hold up your hand and let me know, because it means I have failed as a speaker, and it means if you don't understand it, someone else failed to understand it, and I need to explain. If you would like to expand on the material, however, please hold those questions till the end of the talk so I can make sure I have enough time to give the entire talk. And we're going to talk about Karina. Karina has long been a dream of mine. This is built on the work of many other people, but basically we wanted native first-class object-oriented programming built directly into the Perl programming language, and we have not had that for a long time. Ever since Perl 5 was released 3 decades ago, we've been waiting for this. We've wanted this. And our native syntax using bless and the @is array is kind of clumsy, and I was waiting for others to do it. And it was simply when it became clear that they were not able to, they had other things they were dealing with in their life. I started the project, but I'm only the leader of the project. There's tons of other people who actually made it successful. But I want to take a little detour first, because I do want to set people's expectations about what's going to happen when they encounter Karina for the first time. So for myself, I started programming back in the 1980s. Yes, before you were born, Laura. And I started I'm old. I started programming in BASIC. Of course, that's what many people did. It was on what was my first one? It was a CPM PET system. Yeah. Oh, I hear some oohs and ahs in the audience there. Yeah, that was a long time ago. But some of the stuff I was doing was, for the time, computationally intensive. So I taught myself 6809 assembler. I was working on something called a Coco 2 computer at that point. That was a few years later. And then I moved on to C. And in my naivety with C, I thought, oh my goodness, C is so wonderful. It has the power of assembler and the ease of use of BASIC. Because I'm a moron. But what was really fascinating about assembler, BASIC at the time had such a paucity of features that transforming BASIC into assembler was almost a straight port. It wasn't that difficult. It did take me a couple of weeks to do, but I was able to do it. Going from BASIC and assembler, the assembler program we had line numbers down the side. BASIC, of course, used line numbers. Going to C, I was like, how can you program without line numbers? I mean, that was how sheltered my thinking was, my unfamiliarity with other approaches to programming. For example, there's an approach for programming called the lambda calculus, invented by Alonzo Church back in the 1930s, I think it was. It's very interesting because it's a way of passing functions around and returning functions. And it's Turing complete, but unlike the Turing machine, it's stateless, not stateful. And it's a different way of programming. And in this particular example, we create a bunch of anonymous subroutines, assign them to an array, and we can call, I should have renamed that better. For every index in the array, we can add a number, and that will return, in this case, 7. The index 3, we add 4, it gives us 7. There's a trivial example, not very useful. Here's how it is in Python. Same code. As you can see, Python it's a lot cleaner, it's a lot more succinct. A lot of people would prefer that. It gives the wrong answer. There's a lot of reasons for that, and this is not a knock on Python. Python's got a lot of great stuff in there too. I really like the language. But you can also get the wrong answer in Perl. There's a variety of different ways. Perl has more than one way to give you a wrong answer, which I think is really awesome. So just because things look a little different in other languages, keep in mind that you're working with another language. You've got to work with the strengths of the language and not its weaknesses. For example, I like Prolog. How many of you have ever programmed in Prolog? Okay, a few of you. It's a very fascinating language where you define the data and then how the rules of the data, how the data is related, what the rules are, and then you ask it questions. And instead of telling it how to figure out the answer, it figures out the answer for you. And if you're familiar with Prolog, this is a natural way of how you would reverse a list. You have your base case, you've got an empty list, it will return an empty list, and then you've got a recursive function of basically you take a hat off a list and you shove it onto the tail of the other. It's a long story, I won't go into it. If you have just learned Prolog for the first time, once you start wrapping your head around it, this is a natural way of writing it. And one of the things people say is, don't worry about the internals, how it works underneath. Just write it. It's all nice and expressive. Except this is terrible. And you quickly learn that even though this is how a beginning Prolog developer would write Prolog, that's not how you write this. Because that is O(n) squared. It does not scale. This is sometimes called the naive reverse in Prolog. And Prolog, the performance is measured with the unfortunate acronym of LIPS, which is logical inferences per second, and this one is particularly slow, and it's used as a naive benchmark for Prolog programs. Instead, internally, you use something called an accumulator, which I won't go into details, but basically, you can wrap that up all nicely so the interface is the same, but instead of being O(n) squared, it's now O(n). So it's linear performance, a lot faster. That's obviously hand-waving. You know, linear performance doesn't necessarily mean faster. But again, you do have to learn a little bit how it works under the hood. You have to manage your expectations according to the technology you have. And then there's Java. So I programmed Java for a while, and Java is famous for being verbose, amongst other things, and I hated the verbosity. And I thought, you know, it would be nice if a mutator returned the invocant, so I could chain my mutators and get this working a lot faster. And I played around with this example from Swing. It just pops up a little window which says hello world. And that's it. I didn't get a lot of concision in that. I was very disappointed with the fact that I went from that to that. It wasn't really saving me anything. I actually had that working. It was built on top of the Swing framework. I called it Swing Chains because you had chained mutators, because I'm a very clever man, obviously. And it was a stupid idea because I was working against the strengths of the language and not with them. And that's an important thing. We're going to have to remember that when we start programming in Karina for the first time. You're not going to be thinking in terms of bless and isa. You're going to be thinking in terms of an actual object system and how that works, not the internals. But let's give a Perl example, because we're here to talk about Perl, and I want to give a good Perl example because this one I see in client code all the time. So before try and catch, we used eval in order to trap an error, the block eval, obviously, not the string. And this is problematic. I'm not going to go into all the details. There's many ways you can write eval and get this wrong. Something a little bit more correct, again, I won't go into details, is to use an eval or do syntax where the eval returns a true value. That also has some problems, and how it has problems will depend upon which particular version of Perl you have installed, so that's a really fun game to play. I don't want to play that game, so we use try-tiny. Try-tiny gives you try-catch. And that trailing semicolon bites me every time because I forget about the trailing semicolon, and you get all sorts of weird syntax errors if you forget that trailing semicolon. Very annoying, but it works. So we replaced eval or do with that. That's the, you don't have to worry about reading that. That's the source code of try-catch. That's everything you have to do to get eval or do to basically work correctly. That's a lot, a lot of work in there. Try-tiny. You can't return from inside the code blocks. Well, you can't with eval block either. It returns to the outer sub, not to the calling point that you're expecting it to. It's clumsy to step into the code blocks if you're using the debugger. It's very slow. It has all sorts of problems. And you might ask, why did we go through that headache? Because it was easier to get the correct behavior. Being correct is more important than being fast. If you're very fast but you're wrong, your software doesn't matter. If you're correct and you're slow, you can work on the performance later. So correctness is what I try to strive for first, and I urge most people to look at that. So try catch, there's the try tiny syntax. We now have feature compat try. So this is available for versions of Perl 5.14 and above. Note, we don't need that trailing semicolon anymore. Oh, that's very nice. Now, it's a nice, clean try-catch syntax built into the language. And as you know, 5.3.8, this is built into Perl directly. But that result, here is the thing, I keep seeing this all the time, because people start doing a naive conversion from the eval or do or from the try-tiny syntax, and they declare the result, they assign to the result inside of the try, and then they return the result at the end. And I'm thinking, start paying attention to your tools and use the tools as the tools are, how they natively work. This is using them how Perl used to work. You can now just return directly from inside of the try, and you get a nice, short, clean subroutine there. It's cleaner, it's easier to understand. I do know there are some shops which have a standard that you have to have a single return at the end of a sub, so that's going to be an exception. But learn to work with your tools, not against them. Keep that in mind. So when you start playing with Karina, that'll be important. So we're not talking about the verbosity of the language. We're not necessarily talking about the performance. We're focusing on correctness and learning how to use your tool strings and learning what they are. But we're talking about Karina. And Karina is going to be different. It's It's going to, warp your mind a little bit the first few times you play with it, even though it's really simple. And the current status of it is, as you know, we're bringing Karina into the Perl core. It's being worked on actively now. Paul Evans is doing all of the C work, as I believe. I don't think anyone else is, maybe someone else has. It is the largest change to the Perl language in about 3 decades. That's a big thing to think about. This is a huge change. And so a lot of thanks to Paul Evans for actually doing the C implementation, but I do want to take the time to thank the team. There's a lot of people who have been involved with the design of this. It took several years from my first implementation, which was terrible, to get this thing right. And it was interesting because my first implementation I put out there immediately, or not my implementation, my first spec. I initially was going to just create an implementation, and I was using keyword declare and some other tools, and I was struggling because some of the work with roles wasn't behaving the way I was expected to, and Sawyer came along and saw my work. He at the time was a pumpkin of Perl and said, don't do an implementation, please. What I actually want you to do is focus on a brilliant design. I've got people who can implement it if you can design it. And totally freed my mind. And it allowed me to focus on building something amazing for the language, and I built something that was not amazing. So I think one of the very first comments was Paul Evans looking at it and saying, why aren't you using lexical variables for your fields inside of the object? I had originally considered that. I was afraid people would be concerned that it looks too much like Raku. There's still been some unfortunate tension between Perl and Raku. If you're not familiar with the background, I'm not going to go into it. But he was right. Lexical variables are a much better choice than methods for the fields. They give you, they simplify so many things and also give you a lot of performance benefits. It was Matt Trout who came along and said, look, you need to build a community around this. You need to go on IRC. IRC actually turned out to be a mistake because it's hard to capture the history of IRC. So a lot of the history of our discussions is lost. And that's frustrating. So some of my further open source work I'm now conducting very publicly on GitHub with issues and discussions and wikis so people can actually see what was discussed, when it was discussed, and I can remember what was talked about. So many people in this have contributed so many wonderful things. I wind up being the public face of Karina because I'm usually the person talking about it. I started the project. These are the people who actually made it work. So please keep that in mind. This is what Karina looks like today. So this is a least recently used cache. I won't go into the benefits of it, but they're really simple to implement. MySQL uses this. They're not always appropriate depending upon the distribution of your cache misses. But it's pretty simple, and you can see this is nice and easy to read. There's nothing strange about that. You'll notice down at the bottom in the get method, we call self. Self is automatically injected into your methods. You don't have to specify that in your argument list anymore. So instead of bless in ISA, bless says, well, you got an object. ISA says, here's some extra methods. That's it. That's it. That's all you get in core Perl. You want to manage state? Forget about it. You got to figure that out yourself. You want to have encapsulation? Forget about it. You got to figure that out yourself. Anything extra you want out of a core object system, you have to build manually. This is kind of like the assembly of OO. And if you've ever done assembly, that's not fun. Karina, on the other hand, is 4 keywords: class, role, method, and field. That's it. And it gives you almost everything you want out of what we're doing today. It gives you the first 80% of what you want, and then the next 20% is going to take another few years to put in there. But it gives you most of what you want. And it gives you so much of the power because of something called the KIM syntax, keyword identifier modifier. I came up with the name, but it was Damian Conway who noticed a problem with our design, that we had some inconsistencies in the design. And he showed how rewording how some of the things work, we can have an extremely consistent syntax across the entire design, and it gave us so much more power and flexibility and reduced it down to just the 4 keywords. So that's the core grammar: keyword, identifier, modifiers, and setup. So for a class, you can see the keyword. If you're colorblind, I apologize. I used red and bold to try and highlight things. So keywords, you can see class and field. Those are the keyword definitions. You can see there's the identifier, which would be the name of the class, the name of the fields. Modifiers, in this case, : param says that field is a parameter to the constructor. And then we've got the setup. In this case, the field cache defaults to hash ordered new. The field max size defaults to 20. Now, because it has the param modifier, what that says in Karina is you can pass this as a modifier, as a parameter to the constructor. If you do not have the setup for that, it becomes a required parameter. If you do have the setup, it is no longer a required parameter. So the grammar, very nice, very consistent. And currently what we have, there's 7 stages for the MVP going into Perl right now. If you go out to GitHub Ovid/core, you'll see core is spelled C-O-R in this case. You'll see the spec is huge. This isn't my computer, I can't show you. The spec is huge, but it's extremely well detailed. The MVP that's going into the core is much, much smaller than what we designed because the Perl Steering Council said, look, we need to have... Oh, MVP, thank you. Nick's pointing out I need to find MVP, that's minimum viable product. What's the smallest thing we could possibly get in the core? And that's what we thought we designed. Perl Steering Council said, no. So now we have the minimal viable product, the MMVP. And it's just these 7 things. Classes inheritance are done. Field initializer blocks, that's the equals 20 or the equals hash order, those are done. Roles, convenience attributes, there's the param attribute already in there, but that's being worked on. The MOP is something called a meta object protocol. Don't worry about it if you don't know it. Method modifiers, again, don't worry about that. So you can see we've got a large chunk of that done. And it's going to be interesting because we're going to learn new idioms, and we don't know what they are yet. And it is important that we don't try to push too much into the core. Learn to work with what we have so we can understand, basically shake the tree, see what falls out. And so far, I have been surprised. I've been a little bit embarrassed, actually. Because if you go back to the 7 stages, I said in the first version of this talk that I gave, of those 7 stages, excluding the MOP, number 6, we need the other 6 to really have a functional object system. That was me being pompous and wrong. And specifically, so Chris Prather, how many of you know the game Rogue? Okay, looks like almost half of you. Rogue was released in around 1980. It was a freeware executable at the time. Later it became open source. Very popular game. There are still versions of Rogue being released today. You can hit your favorite app store for Rogue-like games, and you can find tons of them. And originally it was an ASCII thing, and it's fun. It's a lot of fun. It's got all sorts of interesting things about it, which made it fascinating for its time. And Chris Prather is writing a roguelike game using the new Karina syntax. And he's got a tutorial that he's been working on. And there's several parts to it. He's not gotten to part 7 yet. He's got some other things going on. He's going to come back to it, but it's really amazing watching him walk through there. He's not only teaching you how to build Rogue, he's also exploring the new class syntax and how it works. And so here's a very simple class for melee attack action, which subclasses off of action. The perform action is very simple. You've got your attack roll, defense roll, whatever. It's clean. Idiotically easy to read, all of this. And unlike core Perl, where you're stitching all the bits together, you just write out what you want. And it's very declarative, which is nice. So the things which are built into Karina are declarative. Obviously, methods are not declarative because you have to express what they are. But the rest of it's very declarative, so you don't have to worry about all the fiddly bits. Stephen Little, he had something called the Event Loop Orchestra. By the way, this is on SlideShare, slideshare.net/Ovid. Look at the latest presentations. You'll find it there if you want all these links. Created something called the Event Loop Orchestra, which is absolutely amazing. I strongly recommend you check that out. But he got really interested in the new version of Karina. By the way, Stephen Little, it's a lot of his work that I was basing some of the core concepts of Karina on. So you need to give him a lot of kudos for this. He started playing around with this, and he started creating something called Stella, which is implementing the actor model of concurrency in Karina. And once again, there's too much code for me to possibly show it all, but it's all nice, it's clean. There's actually implementing a simple concurrent ping pong thing. It was fascinating to me because I said those 6 out of the 7 steps really had to be there, to get a decent object-oriented system in place. And Chris and Stephen both showed that I don't know what I'm talking about. They reminded me of going back to the fundamentals of OO, the simplicity of OO. And it just works. And you can build, even now with this experimental thing, you can build rich, complex, object-oriented systems out of it. I was stunned. We're very fortunate that we've managed to pull that off, but I really was stunned by that. But one thing, this is possible. Oh! This is an older version. I mixed up an older version. I was talking there. Anyway, this is possibly one of the most important slides here. Principle of parsimony. If you're familiar with science, I have stolen the term. I'm using a different definition. What we're doing, so in science I mean something different, but here we're saying we know we've made some mistakes, but we don't know what they are. So what we're doing is we're trying to design a system that for correcting the mistakes, we can extend what we have and don't have to take anything away. For example, some people are asking, why don't you have multiple inheritance in Karina? Because if it turns out to be a mistake, we can't take that away or else we'll break existing code. If single inheritance turns out to be a mistake, we could add multiple inheritance and we won't break anyone's code. Why can't you inherit from blessed objects with Karina? I could give an entire talk about why that is a bad idea. But if it turns out to be too much of a limitation, we could possibly add that back in. But we don't do that now because we're saying, okay, you can't do this, we could add it later. But if we allowed you to inherit from non-Karina objects right now, and that turns out to be a mistake, which I think it very well might be for reasons I won't go into now, we can't walk that back or else we break existing code. So the principle of parsimony for Karina is try to make it so that we can extend out without breaking stuff. Very simple, very clean, and it's worked out really well. So this, I'm not going to go into this. I thought I had hidden these slides. Oh, I transferred them to your computer. It might be interpreting this differently. I won't go into that right now. So we are skipping all of that. So Perl 5. When Perl 5 was released, it had objects, references, lexicals, and modules. These were 4 key things that Larry Wall introduced to the language. Came out, what, 1994, I believe? That he introduced the language to make it more scalable. If you ever worked on Perl 4 code, it was hard to build large, well-structured systems. But people were doing it. Correction, they were building large systems. Let me walk back the words well-structured on that. So Perl 5 introduced these 4 things to make large, well-structured systems, made it easier to scale the language. We're not talking about in terms of language performance, so that was there. We're talking about developer performance, making it easier to reason about systems. So, actually, before I get there, what have we released since 1994 to make the language more scalable? Signatures. That's it. Signatures, I think, are actually more important than Karina in this respect because that can touch everything. Aside from signatures, there is nothing I can think of in 30 years which has addressed this problem. And it's a problem I see client after client. So Karina is only the first of a number of my efforts to address this problem. So, Perl 7. People are wondering when Perl 7 is going to come out. I don't know. I'm not part of that decision-making process. There has been some mention by Perl Steering Council and others that Karina will be part of Perl 7. There might be more, but we don't know what that is. But I'm not thinking about Perl 7 right now. I'm not done with Karina, but Karina's not what my focus is on. I'm thinking about Perl 8. And Perl 8, I think, is going to be critical. Perl 7 will be wonderful for the marketing we will have. Perl 8, however, is not going to be for the marketing. It's going to be for the language and for the community. And I was thinking about, what sort of things do we actually want? There's a whole grab bag of things that we could possibly want. Concurrency, multi-methods, metaprogramming, blah, 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 all this stuff. And I actually have a private spreadsheet. I can't share the spreadsheet because there are some notes in there. Some of those are from clients who have asked for stuff. Some of those are from people who do not want their name shared. But I've been keeping track of a lot of this stuff. And I've been breaking this down into the developer appeal, the business appeal, how broad of an impact of a thing would be, the complexity of the thing, and I've been creating a scoring system, so I can build out all these things, add them to my spreadsheet and track them, and then sort it by score and figure out what's the greatest value we could possibly put in the language to solve these core problems of scalability, making Perl easier and larger and safer to use. And a couple of the things, I won't go into applications right now, though I would like to, but data types. I don't like to use the word type, but think about Perl 5, packages, objects, lexicals, references. It also had this in perl.-fmy. We had my type var list attributes. We had type planned 30 years ago. We've had 30 years of basically making a promise that we've not kept. That syntax is vaguely used in the fields pragma and some other places, but it's hardly touched. The syntax is also extremely problematic for reasons I won't go into now. But I want to play make-believe for a moment. What could that get us if we had that there? A lot of the code I'm about to show you, some of it could work, some of it cannot work because the syntax of the language doesn't support it. But I just want you to think about possibilities of where we could get to with Perl 8. Can you imagine my int array equals 4, 5, 6 and trying to assign a string and then it blows up? You can, this is so common in so many languages. And you could call it gradual typing or not. There's a lot of stuff which is being skipped over just this very simple example. But wouldn't that be a very nice thing to have? So our cache LRU example. So this is a naive example. I'm not going to go into reasons why, but obviously you know code grows over time and we don't have a lot of features in here. But people generally are not using Karina yet. So here's kind of what that would look like if it was written in core Perl with bless and isa, where you're manually stitching all the bits together. And it's got some problems. So if you pass, the max size of the cache is how many elements it can hold. What if you pass a reference? Well, if the number of keys or items you have in your hash is greater than your max size, well, the reference will then be converted into an integer which represents the address of that reference, and your cache is going to blow up very quickly. That's going to be extremely unfortunate. What if you call set and you get your key and value reversed, and the first thing is a reference and the second one is the key? That's going to silently succeed, and you don't want that. You call get and you pass it a reference. That's going to fail, but for the wrong reasons. It's a frustration, and I hear some people say, I don't need stuff like that in my code. My code works fine. That's great. A lot of code doesn't need it. I have a lot of utility scripts that I write for all sorts of things that don't need types. They don't. But when I'm working with a client, my code talks to their code, and their code talks to my code, and there we're talking about respecting each other's boundaries. And I still remember this one gentleman who was saying, I don't actually need types. I don't need to check the kinds of data that I have. We don't need this built into Perl. And I was curious, and I looked at some of his CPAN code. And he does have a lot of checks in there for verifying, yes, this is an integer. Yes, this is a hash ref. He's actually doing this, and he's saying he doesn't do this. We don't need to do this manually. But there's a lot of technical reasons why this is hard to do. And TypeTiny and others are fantastic tools, but don't quite get us what we want. And the thing is, even though you would never write code like that, you don't know what other people are passing to your code. You don't know what they're going to be doing with the code that you pass back to them. Or they might change their interface silently and your code seems to work, but it's failing because you didn't quite meet their expectations anymore. So I want to go back to the cache LRU class and kind of walk through this. We're going to just look at this very hypothetical example. This doesn't actually work at all because you cannot put you can't list these kinds of type annotations. We're not going to say type anymore. We're going to call them dynamic runtime data checks, or checks for short. And you can't put those kind of checks in a signature because that's illegal syntax in Perl. That will blow up very quickly. But let's walk through that. So imagine your constructor. It takes a class cache LRU, which means class LRU has to actually be loaded into memory. If it's not loaded into memory, it'll blow up. And if you take an instance of the object, it will blow up there. It's taking only the class name. And then an unsigned integer for max size. Some people say it should be a positive integer. Ask me afterwards why it's an unsigned integer. It's an interesting thing about OOP. We'll skip the secret cache method, which you can barely see because that's supposed to be private. Max size, we take an instance of a cache LRU object, and it returns an unsigned integer. And then we set, and we have an instance of the cache LRU object. The key must be a string, and the value must be defined. Just hypothetically, obviously, you can set undefined values in a cache. This is just so you can see some of the hypothetical syntax. And it'll return an instance of the object in case you want to chain your mutator, or you can call it a void context if you want to. And then here's get. Obviously, once again, an instance of the object, and then the key must be a string, and you cannot call get in void context because that, obviously, why would you do that? That is almost certainly an error. And so you've got all these annotations, and that sucks. It really does. You're thinking, why do I want to do all that typing? And you don't. So let's just restrict this to the things that you think are probably going to be an issue, because you know they're calling a method, they're probably going to be calling it on the invocant, it's probably okay. So you just put the checks on the things that you think are actually likely to be problematic. Or if you were to do this with Karina, you would just do it like that. It's very simple, it's very clean. Because part of the reason why it was so verbose the first time was because we have to manually weave everything together with old style, with the legacy object system in Perl. With the Karina code, it's actually clean and looks very similar to other languages. It is still illegal syntax. Project Ocean. Ocean, she was an Orisha, or a deity of the Nigerian Yoruba people. I said is. My apologies for that. She was a river deity, a fertility goddess. She was kind of, in the story, she's represented as a protector or savior of people. And the intent is, if you will pardon me for being a little bit over the top, Ocean will protect your data. That's the intent of this project. Ceci n'est pas un type. Do not say types. Do not say types. The word is just forbidden in the project. We don't want to use that unless it's absolutely unavoidable, because computer scientists have reasonable disagreements about what they want out of a type system, and computer programmers have screaming matches. I don't want those screaming matches anymore. I do not want to hear them. I'm very frustrated. Computer programmers, computer scientists have completely different expectations. So that man on the left is a computer scientist, Damien Conway. I'm sure many of you are familiar with him. That man on the right is not a computer scientist. That was me on the coast of France, had to go to the restroom, nipped into a pub, and found myself inexplicably starring in an adult-themed Terminator film. So we have been working on this for quite some time. In fact, the initial discussion started in December 23rd of last year. I published a gist about what would we need out of, types in Perl. I called them that at the time. And then I sent an email to Damien and said, look, I'm not qualified to do this. I can't, because I know my limitations. I knew I could probably design an object system. I thought maybe I could do something with this, but I just didn't feel like I could. And so fairly quickly, actually, fairly quickly, he actually sent me back a response to that, and we went from there. And in order to get something into the Perl core, you send a pre-PPC email. PPC is Perl proposed change. You send a pre-PPC email to the P5P list. You summarize your problem. You present your solution. There's a lot of discussion. And the response to that is, this should be a CPAN module. Most of the time, that's what comes out of there. I've had a number of suggestions rejected for very good reasons for this. So we needed a CPAN module. So Damien's first response to me was January 9th, fairly soon after that, a very long gist. A lot of that initial conversation we had was private, and I'm not going to share it because we wanted to be able to just speak freely and just hash through the problems as quickly as we could. And it took us months to get there. And then he wrote data checks. Ignore the syntax for right now. We used attributes because at the time we thought P5P would be so concerned about backwards compatibility that they would object to us hijacking the type syntax documented in Perl.my. So we used attributes. This is also extremely illegal Perl because you can't put attributes in signatures. So Damien's code, it's an unholy mess of filter simple, PPR, variable magic, and tie. And he admits it is terrible. You should not use this in production. It is not on the CPAN, in case anyone's looking right now. It is out on GitHub, and it can be installed. It has, there's a link to it right now. That might be an old link, but it will redirect. It has almost 200,000 tests in the system. So there's a lot. It has 24 built-in checks. There's also a specification for user-defined checks and also coercions, which are separated out. Maybe they'll never go in there. And this is the current team that is working on Ocean. Like Karina, I wanted a team in there so we can bring in a diversity of ideas, different people with different thoughts, because I knew I couldn't do this by myself. Damien apologizes. He can no longer continue for personal reasons, but he very much supports the problem. He said he might answer questions if you send him email, but he's not guaranteeing it. So why do we need this? Well, your code's safer, because you don't know if the data that you're getting, if you get a 5 and you're expecting an integer, you don't know if that 5 is actually valid data, but at least you know the structure of the data is correct. The kinds of data you're getting are correct. You want to send me an array ref of hash refs of integer IDs or UUIDs pointing to customer objects. You could specify that very cleanly, very simply, and you know the data structure you're getting back is exactly what you asked for. And we made a promise to Perl developers 30 years ago. My type $foo. It's been there for a long time. This could be one of the this in fact in my spreadsheet where I keep things scored to figure out which are the most valuable projects, this one is at the top by far. We have done well with it so far. I'm not certain when it's going to go in there. If you're curious, you can go out to GitHub, you can install the data checks module and start playing around with it, seeing what's easy, useful for you. But this syntax that I'm showing right here, that is probably not going to be the final syntax. We just wanted to get something that was working so we could test out the idea. And any feedback would be gratefully accepted. So, Karina is now partially implemented in the Perl core. It is turning out to be much more powerful than I thought it was. Just one quick aside, because it looks like I've got a little bit of time. One question I'm asked all the time, well, we can't inherit from blessed objects. What's the use of Karina? About the same time that Perl 5 was released, I can't remember the name of the book. There was a book arguing composition over inheritance, one of the most important things in object-oriented programming. It's extremely important. Don't inherit from a blessed object. Use composition. You can say field $foo equals my hash ordered new, or equals hash ordered new, whatever. And then you can delegate the methods off to that. And this gives you much, much finer grained control. You don't accidentally inherit from something, some method you didn't expect. You don't accidentally override what should have been a private method internally. You don't have to worry about that. You have full control over it. So this isn't breaking anything. You can still inherit from stuff, sort of, but you're using composition, not inheritance. Roles, we don't have those yet. You're going to be using effectively the same strategy. You would declare your fields, don't expose them publicly, have them set up to stuff to the classes you want, and then delegate off appropriately. The problem with that is quite often roles are things that should not be instantiated into classes. So here you'd be making little helper classes as you go along for no good reason, but the solution works. It is, I thought that it wasn't as powerful as it could be, this experimental stuff. Much more powerful than I thought, though. And Chris and Steven just did amazing work there. We are going to have to relearn how we do OO. A lot of people are...
It's not going to the stream if you don't use the microphone, please.
1, 2. Yeah. I think it works. Just expand on what you just said, because it's very interesting. Will there be a phase 2 with another set of features for Corinna, or it's done?
Let me come back to that. I'm just about finished here,
right,
and then I'll answer that in
thank
just
you.
a moment. So that question was captured on video? Okay, good. So we are going to have to relearn how we do object-oriented programming because we've been so used to having to fiddle with all the nuts and bolts internally. Now we've got a standard core set of features, and we're going to be getting a lot closer to how OO works in a lot of other languages, but also getting some things that they do not have. Many languages, for example, do not have native roles, which I think is going to be fantastic for us. We might get data checks in the future. I think we're going to get to the point, we've got a few things we have to finalize. I think we actually get to the point where we could actually write a spec fairly soon. Correction, rewrite the spec, because we do have a full spec. It's based on the old syntax. We still have to nail down a few things and then eventually present a PPC, or a pre-PPC to P5P and see if they accept it. I'm not guaranteeing it though, because even though we can get the spec, doesn't mean that the Perl 5 core is going to accept it, but hopefully it can be there. And I think we're in a good spot for that. And that wraps that up. And the very first question, can you repeat your question for me, Herbert?
I wanted to know if there will be another phase of features for Corinna, or is like, in your view, I think you already answered my second half of the question, is it already completed? And that would be no.
Okay, yes, there will be another phase for it. As you can see, we have classes inheritance and field initializer blocks done. Convenience attributes, the only one we have in there is the colon param. There's going to be others, which I'm not going to go into right now, but we do have quite a number of other things which have to go in there. For the mop, actually, Stephen Little sent Paul an email, Paul and myself an email. So I'm not repeating something, private conversation for someone else. It was also to me. He has a lot of that actually implemented in something called class mop, and it works fairly well with Corinna right now, but there are some excess bits which are needed for accessing some of the metadata. For those who are not familiar with this, if you know object-oriented programming, you know that a class is an instance generator. It's kind of like a blueprint for how you make more instances of an object. Kind of like the blueprints of a house is not a house. A house would be the instance, a blueprint would be, you know, here's how the house is going to be built, sort of. MOP, the meta object protocol, is kind of like blueprints for the class. So it tells you a lot of information about the class. It's very useful when you want to do a lot more advanced dynamic type stuff, which I won't go into right now. I should give a talk about metaprogramming at some point. And we're going to have method modifiers later. That's going to add some interesting stuff, like there's going to be the colon comma modifier, which will attach to fields and methods. That's effectively class methods and class data. You can fake them right now. So class data, you can use state $foo at the top, and that'll be class data, except it can't be exposed through the meta object protocol, so you lose information if you do that. But it will work. And there's a lot more I could say, but basically there is more we have to get in there. I think roles in the mop are going to be the most complex bits, though roles probably the most. But if you want to play around with some of the more advanced features, you can go out to the CPAN right now, play with object : pad, and that's been the test bed for a lot of the Corinna ideas. And you can see a lot more about what could possibly be coming in the future. So I hope that covers your question fairly extensively. Yes?
No? Okay. You were talking about type checking and showing two syntaxes, one with this mostly defunct type syntax and the other one with attributes on variables. Mm-hmm. What I was wondering, are you talking about type checking on compile time or on runtime?
This is all runtime. So first of all, the reason we showed two syntaxes is I showed the one that was more familiar at first, which looks similar to, say, C-style languages. There's an option for a postfix version of that, like you would see in Go and other languages. But the attribute syntax is one we actually implemented because we thought that was a little bit safer for P5P. Turns out we may have been overly conservative. But we're doing this entirely at runtime. There are compile time things you can do. So you could say my int $foo equals Bob, and that could blow up. But the reason we're not looking at compile time right now is we basically want to shake the trees and see what falls out. If we pack too much into the MVP, it will be rejected. and for good reason. It will be too complex. There's also the problem that Perl is an extremely late binding language, which means even at runtime, I could say my int foo equals get value, and I can replace at runtime the get value sub every single time that it's called. I could have it replace itself. And we don't know what's going to get returned. So even though get foo might declare itself as returning an int at runtime, I could have it declaring that returns something else potentially, and that would be unfortunate. So there's a lot of tricky bits with an extremely late binding language. Trying to check too many things at compile time becomes problematic, but later on this might be an option.
But talking about the syntax, you want to use this type syntax, which is, I know both implementations quite well, which is mostly just for fields. There's a field thing in Perl which nobody uses. And this is
The field test,
my type variable name.
Don't worry about the syntax. We're having if you want to, you can go out to GitHub, look at the Ocean project, and start discussing what you think could be appropriate for that. We've been asking a lot of questions about that. Most people don't like the attribute syntax.
So it's not decided yet?
That is not decided yet at all.
Okay,
the syntax right now is just being shown as a way of discussing semantics, but it could potentially have impacts later on. There are things called destructuring assignments that Inge's been working on that I'm looking at for, how does our system work with that? And it looks like it would. But there's so many bits in play right now. So the syntax is up in the air.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Oh, thank you. And I hope you folks enjoyed, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much. Now we have time to prepare the next talker, so this is great. Thank you. Or speaker, whatever language you use.
Thank you for all your help.
Yes, you too. I sent you a reminder about. I sent you a reminder about checking if there should be hidden slides on the next one tomorrow.
Yes, the next one I think is
Hey.
good. I will double check.
Your own computer? Yes. Let's see if it works.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Was I supposed to send you the file or nobody asked me anything? So.
Yes, I know, unfortunately. But let's see if it works.
Do I need to do that? This one is good. Should I turn it off or? So that I can drink water. Thank you.
So it doesn't Right.
It's HDMI. We'll get it.
So it's not showing to this room, but it's showing online correctly. So I don't know what's the matter.
No, if I do that.
Yes. The change was a lot faster than I was anticipating. I'm very confused because the last person, we were here for 10 minutes trying to get everything to work, so awesome but scary. So it's still 2 minutes, about.
Yeah, that's why I'm waiting.
Yeah.
To put it down.
So everything's cool.
Yeah.
You don't need me to show.
No, I see.
So again, if anyone has any questions after this, please remember to raise your hand and I will get you the microphone somehow so that every question goes to the people watching the stream. There's at least 3 at the moment. But I'm supposing it's the time difference thing as well. So now it's 12 and Johan Druart is here to talk about our Koha dev ecosystem.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
So, hello everybody. I'm not used to talk in public. I'm really just a Koha developer, but I wanted to show you the Perl community, the other community of this conference, so the Koha community. And as I think I'm in front of mostly developers, I will show you the development side of the Koha community. So I will show you the tools we are using and the main thing you should know about us and our development workflow. So I won't go much into detail. You won't see a lot of Perl code, but I will show you some basics in case you would want to dive into our code base. So first, let me introduce myself. I'm Jonathan Druart, aka Joubu on IRC. I have been working on Koha since 2010. I have started at BibLib and I'm now self-employed. I'm sponsored by 3 companies providing Koha support to libraries. Bibli for Bywater Solutions and PTFS role. My role is to bring a long-term vision to the project by making the code more robust and maintainable. It consists in bug fixes, code review, refactoring, writing the announcement, helping people, and so on. So I don't know how many of you have heard about Koha, but I will present it a bit. It's an open source library system born in New Zealand in 1999 for the Y2K bug. It can be used by any kind of libraries from small one to big university libraries. It's used all around the world, and one of its strengths is to be configurable and customizable to answer needs from libraries from different countries. We have what we call system preferences to enable or disable features. Koha comes with two interfaces, one for the public and one for the staff users. The one for the staff users allow to catalog record, keep track of patron, checkout, check-ins, and a lot of other library and stuff. And the public interface, which we call opaque, allow people to search the catalog and manage their account. It's hard to know how many libraries are using Koha in the world, but we estimate at least 15,000. However, it's certainly much more than that. And the history of our Git repository contains more than 50,000 commits from almost 500 developers. Like any community, we have weaknesses, of course, but some weaknesses are also strengths. For instance, the size of the community, having 500 different contributors and different ways of coding, means that we need to enforce our integration workflow and our coding guidelines. It makes the code more robust, but at the same time, it slows down things. We still have a lot of inconsistencies. We still lack a proper roadmap for the project. We have difficulties to focus on the same thing at the same time. We still have a lot of legacy code that are critical but hard to maintain and rewrite. We are not good at keeping an up-to-date and clean technical documentation. It's always obsolete. But Koha is a free software, and the product is getting better and better. We introduce tons of features every release, every 6 months. And the code has improved a lot during the last year. The user documentation is excellent. The doc team is managed to keep it up to date over the different versions. Koha is being sold quite easily worldwide. At least it's what several guys are saying. And users are very happy when they migrate from another ILS. And of course, the Koha community is very friendly, and we are welcoming newcomers. Koha used to be based on Apache, MySQL, a lot of Perl, and HTML template, but it has evolved. Now it uses Plack. Still not a full PSGI app, but we would like to make Koha a module app, but we are not there yet at all. We are supporting MariaDB, relying on DBIX class. We have a co-object-based class that's mainly a wrapper around DBIX. For our REST API, we are using Modulicious and OpenAPI for the specs. For the UI, we are using, of course, template toolkit, Bootstrap 4 for the opaque, and we need to upgrade to 5 one day, maybe. A lot of jQuery code. We have introduced Vue.js last year for a couple of new modules, mainly to keep Koha attractive to new developers. Data tables is a great jQuery library we are trying to use everywhere. Koha needs a search engine to index records. It can be either Elastic or Zebra. If you don't know about Zebra, just use Elastic. You don't need to know about it. RabbitMQ has been introduced 2 years ago to deal with background job. And our own Koha cache module is using memcached and Serial. The test coverage is using the usual per module, and we are using both Selenium and Cypress for end-to-end tests. That was not correct. Okay, so I will briefly show you where we are on the web so that you have an idea of our tool. This is the official website. It's a bit outdated, but we are on the way to replace it with something more modern and attractive. The wiki, it contains a lot of information, so sometimes outdated, but it's the first place where you should search for something. The bug tracker, you recognize it, is Bugzilla. We host the Koha Git repository using Git. We are going to move to Forgero soon. And we also have GitHub and GitLab mirrors. A quick note on the statistic using Gitstat. We have a lot of PO files, so translation files, which lead to a huge repository, almost 1.4 giga. We should remove those files from the repository to reduce the size of the repository. We are constantly moving code from controller PL to package and adding more code coverage. You can see on the graph that the activity of the project is increasing over the year. The tests are run by Jenkins. Nothing interesting to say here. And still not the right. Our translation tools is Pootle. We are using it both for both the Koha and the manual. And the manual is available in different languages. It can be downloaded in HTML or EPUB. It's the usual with the docs thing. We also have side projects. They are all hosted on GitLab. We have a dashboard here. We'll talk about it later. Code to run sandboxes. Repository for the QA team and the release team. A modified version of GitBZ, which is a small command line tool to interact with Bugzilla. Koha testing Docker is what developers use every day. And some other stuff. So about the dashboard, we have developed a small dancer app to highlight what's going on currently. It shows the statuses of Jenkins, the version of the Debian packages. And we are trying to highlight who is doing what to motivate people. The contributor, the author of patches, the tester, the member of the QA team. So here, still another homemade dancer app. It displays data we collect from Koha installations. It's an opt-in setting, of course. It shows a map of libraries, and it displays the number of checkout, patron, and other data. It also showed some features, the feature the libraries are using, and it can be useful to remove unused feature when we see they are not used. Still another homemade dancer app that split container of patches from Bugzilla. It helps developers to quickly find patches. So to finish with the side project, I've grouped some of them with a very quick and dirty schema. You can see that Koha testing Docker is at the center. So it's it will start up a Docker container with a full Koha installation with the two interface. It contains all the tools the developer need, the release tools, the QA tools, GitBZ, and all of other things. It's also used by Jenkins and Koha testing Docker, our sandboxing system. And at the bottom, it uses this for dev to inject data into the database. Installing Koha is very easy. In production, just use the Debian packages. We support the last Debian and Ubuntu versions. For development, you should use Koha testing Docker, as I said, is as simple as cloning the Git repository of Koha and Koha testing Docker. You adjust some variables in the file, start up the Docker container, and the two interfaces will be available on port 8080 and 8081. So this is our development workflow, so the integration patch. So before writing a patch, you should open a bug report on Bugzilla. You assign it to yourself if you plan to work on it. When you have attached a patch to the bug report using GitBZ, you change the status to need sign off to tell the community the patch is ready for testing. When it has been tested, can be by anybody, the status is signed off. And at this stage, only the QA team is allowed to pass QA. Failed QA means that the patch doesn't work. Anybody can set this status. The release manager decides to push to master or not. Eventually, the patches are backported into stable branches, and at the end, we close the bug report. There are some things you should know before starting hacking Koha. The source code, the source of Koha is huge. We still have a lot of legacy code, I said it already, because of the long history. We are trying to migrate it, but it's a long process. The code is moving fast, but when you are a developer, it always feels too slow. Because of that, you should not fork, because we will have a hard time trying to keep up with the new major version. Better to contribute upstream still. Don't forget to provide tests for your changes. Yeah, of course. And don't be eager to get your patch pushed to master. It can take some time. A not really useful slide, but you can see the different paths. The most important one we have in Koha. So we have two namespaces for the module. The Koha is the new namespace, and C4 is the historical namespace. What is in Koha should be object-oriented. The next line is for the REST API, the module controller, and the OpenAPI spec. The next two ones, the templates files, so for the staff and the OPAC, and then some example of path for the test, depending on what you want to test. Our core object-based class certainly works its own talk. It's mainly a wrapper around DBIX. We have a singular and a plural class to manipulate individual objects of a set. We expose most of the DBIX class methods. We use autoload for getter and setter, and you can get a core object passing a DBIX object to new from DBIX. The original goal was to be able to instantiate objects easily and write Koha page one new instead of this long line. Then it became the center of a lot of things. Now the REST API is based on it. We also have a test builder module to generate data on the fly for integration test. So it certainly needs a cleanup, and it certainly feels weird to most of you, but it has been really helpful when we decided to move to object-oriented programming, and we factor the old code. So maybe we could use Corina for the rewrite one day. If you have a look at the code, you will notice a lot of discrepancies in names. For instance, we have a table in the database named borrowers. This is to store the users. The historical namespace is C4 members. The new modules use Koha patron, so you have users, borrower, members, and patron in the code base. All that to talk about patron. This is the word we use on the interface, so we're trying now to use it everywhere, but the legacy code is still using all the wording. All this coming from differences between UK English, New Zealand English, and USA English. So we have decided now to stick to the USA, the wordings they use in the USA. You have the same example with checkout and issue and hold and reserve. The coding guidelines are available on the wiki. The new code should pass PerlTidy, and the world code base is passing PerlCritics. You have a lot of other coding guidelines that are listed on this page. So now you know almost everything. You are ready to write your first patch. There is a crash course that will guide you over the different steps. It's embedded into KDD. Those are some aliases and commands you can run. So run the QA script before submitting the patch. It will catch errors of coding guidelines. The git bz to apply patches locally or to attach to the bug report, and some git aliases. If you want to test Koha without having it installed locally, you still can use our sandboxing system. There are several servers hosted by companies that can create sandboxes on request with the patches you want to test. It takes a couple of minutes to start up the Docker container, and then you have access to the two interfaces. It can be useful as well to compare differences between versions or to confirm a regression. And you can even sign off the patches using a form. So it will sign off the patches for you and attach it to the bug report. I said earlier that we do not have a clear roadmap, but there are several topics we all agreed on. We want to keep cleaning the code and to add more REST API endpoints. We want to move the tables we use on the UI to data tables and to use those endpoints for a better user experience. A long-term goal is to make Koha Mojo app, but we are lacking resources right now to really focus on it. We are still using CGI session, but on the way to data session, and we really should remove those PO files from the Git repository. The website, the translation server, and the mailing list should also be migrated in a mid to long term. To get in touch with us, there is an entry point on the wiki, but basically it's on IRC and the mailing list. We also have IRC meeting every 2 weeks, where we are trying to move things forward. But of course, real life meetings are better, and we meet once a year in Marseille, in Biblib office, and for the PerlKohaCon, and the next one will be in Montreal, by the way. That's it. Have questions?
So does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. So if I want to start hacking on Koha, is there a container also including the test suite like Selenium and everything, or?
Everything, just use Koha testing Docker.
Very good.
How did you get involved in Koha? You've been doing this for a while, so what's your background?
I was looking for a company providing open source software. And I was in Toulon, and Marseille is just the city next to Toulon, so I just sent an email and they hired me. And that's it.
Another question. What is C4 that you mentioned before?
Ask the guy in front of you.
That's my fault. So when I'm one of the original developers of Koha, so I've been doing it since 1999. And when we've started writing it, we started in September, and we had to have a library system that would work for a public library in New Zealand to go live on the 3rd of January. So C4, the old system was called Catalyst 2, C2. So C4 was either going to be twice as good or explode. And so that was the name for it.
Any else great questions? Yes, thank you.
Why migrate from Portal to Weblate? What are the differences and what are the advantages to the new one?
Sorry? Yeah, we are going to move to Weblate, of course. Yes. It's why? Because Portal is not maintained anymore. And it's bad. It sucks.
Can you put the KTD README on the screen? Maybe they can start coding.
Oops, this one?
Yes.
Which one? I'm not seeing this one? Another one? Is it not good? Okay. It's org. No, is that org? What else? Yeah, so the steps just what? The variables, the 2-bit colon command, and then you start up. And you have a shell, and that's it. Anything you want to show?
So, any other questions? Yes, out in the back.
What about the move to modulicious application? What will it bring to Koha? Like a lot more.
Yes. Do you want to answer, Thomas?
Hi, my name is Thomas. I'm serving as the release manager for the project right now. I asked Andre if he wanted me to talk during this conference, and he wouldn't answer because he was too busy. So I haven't signed for any talk. But I was amazed by the fact that I've been working on Perl for like, I don't know, 10 years? No, 13 years. And I've never been involved in the Perl community. And this is related to the question. So we have our own ways to do things. And so we picked DBIX class. When was it? 2015 or something? Before 14. Yeah, but we wouldn't use it as it is supposed to be used. Like, we do our thing, you know? We have our workflow for managing upgrades, so using it as it is designed to be used, it doesn't work for us. And the same goes for everything. Like, we have our own way to use module issues. We have our own way to use most of the things. And I think we need to fill those gaps. Like, we need to start doing things right. Or maybe we have good reasons for using things like we do, and we need to talk about it. That's why I'm excited to be here with the Perl community. So running as a module issues app has to do with doing things simpler, more streamlined. We do many hacks everywhere, and we need to get rid of that. It feels very comfortable when you fire up a new module issues project and just do the right thing instead of what we do. I mentioned DBIX class and the way we do things, but we built Koha objects to wrap around it, and the way we do the API, it's streamlined, it's easy, but it's still our own way, and I think we need to evolve. It's time to do that.
We have time.
Yeah, well, one more question. How often does Koha do a release? Do you release
every 6 months?
Every 6 months.
Yeah.
Okay, and are
For
there
the major release, then the minor every month.
And you do a developer release every month then,
yes.
or?
Yes.
Cool.
And we support 3 on 2 or 3 all versions. 3? Yeah.
We run the.
Yes. If you wanted to go.
We run our continuous integration tests and infrastructure against all the supported Debian versions and probably Ubuntu. So we don't say we support them all, but they're running fine. That's true.
Thank you. Just a question about the, let's say, community of developers. Is it centered geographically somewhere? There are a few companies that are more involved than others, for instance, in the project, or is it mostly purely community-based?
Well, I can answer of this answer because I engaged many years ago, and now I freelance. Well, the basic the developer is firm based. There are no exactly the users that do develop, but the users are libraries. The libraries, there are 2-3 people very known that do patch that come in the workflow. But in fact, there are little firms around the world, in USA, in ANZAC section, in Europe, one also for Africa and some for South America, for example. One or two from China. I don't know anyone from Japan. No one from Russia or from Eastern Europe. I don't know anyone from Eastern Europe. Probably someone from UK, Ukraine, but yes, from UK, from Germany, from France. No one from Italy. I don't know in the Italian market of a library system doesn't like Koha. From Spain. So it's more, if you base on the sample, it's more a European and USA project with some New Zealand and some from South America, the basic. The firms are not dominant. There isn't a dominant firm. They are all equal, plus minus. We have a fork from PTF, but for probably it's something that we put in an angle and we don't speak about it.
Thank you. Still 2 minutes remaining if anyone has anything further. Or are you all just hungry to go to lunch?
Thank you.
So thank you, everyone.
I know Jonathan didn't get this treatment. Doesn't seem fair.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ari Mäkiranta. I'm from Koha Suomi Ltd. So we are a company that serves public libraries in Finland. We have about 100 municipalities that use Koha here in Finland. And now we have Nick Clemens, who's going to talk about tips how to get code through community review. So welcome.
Thank you. All right. Welcome, everybody. So I called my talk Attractive Code Hunks because of a joke that I made one day when we were rebasing something, and we tried to apply it to one of our sites. And one of the code hunks applied and one of them didn't. And I said, well, that's because it's me and Kyle. I'm the code hunk that applied. He's the code hunk that didn't apply. If you don't like that joke, I'm sorry. It's going to be a lot like that. So who am I and who aren't I? I'm Nick Clemens. I have been a developer at Bywater Solutions for about 7 years now. I've been a Koha community member for 9 years. I've been a former release manager. I am a QA team member. My official title at Bywater is Sonic Screwdriver, which means, much like Doctor Who, if you wave me at a problem, I'll make a lot of noise and something might happen. Just a note here too. I've been a release manager. I've been working here for 9 years. So for anyone out there with imposter syndrome, they haven't figured me out yet. You can get away with it for a long time. Although this is a Perl conference, and I've been talking to Perl developers who've been doing it for 30 years, so all of my imposter syndrome is back. So if I'm a little nervous, apologies. I developed this talk, or at least we came up with the idea together with Kyle Hall, who is our lead developer at Bywater. He's also been a release manager, a QA team member, and we call him the loose cannon. And that's kind of what inspired our talk, is that Kyle will, you give him an idea, he will go and make code that does it. It's not necessarily always the feature you wanted, but he's going to give you a feature. So let's talk about it. The first step that we've really come across here is planning. When I started at Bywater, we didn't do a lot of planning before we did developments. What happened was an idea would come in from one of our partner libraries. They would say, hey, we want this feature. And Kyle and I would sit down and we would go, okay, we can do it this way, we can do it this way, and we'll charge this much. We never asked, should we do it? Or is it useful or is it helpful? So that's kind of what we want to talk about. The first tip we have is consider the feature. Before you start working on it, consider who is this useful for? A question we ask a lot at Bywater about our incoming developments these days is, does it move the product forward? Which is really like, it's a hard question to answer because it's a way to frame the conversation of thinking about, does this make a positive impact for our users? Is what this library is asking for something that's actually going to help everybody? And I'm trying to keep this pretty general to not be specific to Koha, but I am going to talk about libraries because that's what I know. So it's one of the first questions you really want to ask is just, what is this doing and how is it benefiting everybody? Another question we will ask is, what is the community going to think about this? When we think about our libraries, US libraries can be very specifically different from European libraries. And we try to make sure to develop in a way that we're going to consider those differences and make things work for everybody. Is it a new feature? Are we altering existing features? Kind of what are we doing? And the other thing big thing to consider when you consider the feature is, can you make it something optional? Can you put a switch so that you can turn it on and off again? As Jonathan mentioned in his talk, Koha tries to be a software for every library. So we have 800 and some system preferences. If you're adding a new feature and you want to be able to get it in without a lot of fights sometimes, just add a way to turn it off. The other part of planning we talk about, consider the users. The dinosaurs here representing your existing users, the people who have strong workflows built up and workflows that you're going to need to take into consideration before you start changing them. You've got your hummingbirds, your present users, the dinosaurs turned into birds. For the current users, you kind of want to think about some of these are your new users, the incoming users. When a library migrates into Koha, a lot of times they say, well, our old software did this. Can you make Koha do this? And sometimes before you start to think, yes, we can make Koha do this, you need to think, well, does Koha already do this? And do we just do it in a different way? And is this really a workflow issue? For the future, there's a couple ways to think about that. One is, what does your feature imply? Like, what is it changing and what is it setting up? If you develop this feature, is it going to lead to another feature? Is it going to immediately cause a request for something else? And sometimes when we see that, we say, okay, let's actually develop that second feature. Instead of sticking here with what the user is directly asking for, let's give them the bigger question that's implied here. And the other thing to consider when you're considering the future is your idea might work, but is it going to scale? Think about when you have libraries getting bigger or more users using this feature, is it still going to work as intended? So these are just some things to think about. The next step, and I tried to conceptualize this in a way that doesn't completely match the community model, but presenting. Once you've come up with your idea, once you've got your plan, now you need to tell people that you've got a plan. In Koha, we do that by putting the bug on Bugzilla. That's generally the first place that we announce things. We do RFCs. That's less common these days. I'm looking at Koha people. So usually the first thing that you do is put your code out on Bugzilla. You need to tell the people what you're going to do. The first thing you want to do when you do that is really gather your stakeholders. Now, usually what this means, you're going to want to get the people who requested the feature. You want them on the bug because you want them there to be able to comment and help you out. But in addition to CCing all the people that are your friends and the ones you want, it's a good time to actually CC the people who may not like this feature. If you know that your feature is going to change something that a lot of people are interested in or change the way things work, you really want those people involved. And you want them involved early. You're going to be a lot more successful at getting something accepted by the community if you hear the opinions first. And we've made this mistake of trying to just sneak things through and get them in real quickly, but that's how your bugs end up in discussion, and nobody likes the in discussion phase. So just make sure that when you're considering this feature, get everyone involved as early as you can. The other thing about this, try to be unique. That's the only consideration of Snowflake that I'm using here is being unique. And what I mean by that is you don't want to end up in a feature fight with somebody else. A lot of times you'll start developing something and someone else will too. You want to make sure that you've kind of done your research in the community, looked around, checked the splitter is our Koha tool for seeing what patches are modifying a specific Koha file. And you want to do that. Another thing to consider is the name of your feature. Sometimes different user groups have different conceptions for the same word. One of the things that I know our educators deal with when they're training new libraries who are moving to Koha is that the libraries will say, how do we do this? Reports. Reports in Millennium, or is it Symphony? Millennium. Reports in Millennium do things. You run a report and then you can do actions with those items. What's that? Symphony 2, okay. But the idea being that for a lot of libraries coming in, they come and they go to Koha reports and they're like, but it doesn't do things. We're like, no, it reports. And if you get stuck in these semantic arguments, it can be a problem. For Bywater, I know Kyle developed a volumes system. Well, his conception of volumes was not what a lot of European libraries think of as volumes. And there is a currently ongoing volumes development in the community. Ours was blocked until we decided to change the name. We said, hey, we didn't mean volumes. We just meant groups of items. And Tomas was like, well, why don't we call it item groups? And that unlocked development. We were stuck and we thought we weren't going to be able to go forward. So remember to try to be unique. Once you've got your plan, once you've told people about it, it's time to code. This is our favorite part, right? This is what we all actually want to do. My advice for you here is think small. That really means when you're coming to a new development, when you're thinking about proposing something to the community, what's the smallest unit that you can do? And do one piece at a time. If you are conceptualizing a development that is going to change a wide swath of current existing workflows, break it down as far as you can and file small bugs. It's a lot easier to get in a bug that changes the way the code interprets things, then changes the way that it's shown to the user, then changes the way that the user can edit things, rather than just dumping a new bug onto the community that says, we've rewritten all of Koha. Here you go. Enjoy. It's a good idea. The other thing to remember about thinking small is sometimes you will come to a script, and you'll look around at that script and you'll say, this is not how I would have written this code. I would never do it this way. And the temptation is to rewrite or refactor the entire bit of it. We love refactoring the Koha community, don't get me wrong. We want to refactor all of the code and make sure everything's up to date. Jonathan's been doing a great job of that. But we don't necessarily want to refactor all the code while you're changing it. It's a lot harder to get the community to look at something that doesn't just do what it says, but rewrites a lot of the underlying stuff. The other thing is, keep it simple, sirs, or madams. I didn't want to say stupid, and I went for sirs, and then I realized that it was a gender problem there, so I'm sorry, everybody. I tried. But really, when I say this, what I mean is, don't write your code in a way that is hard to understand. A lot of times, especially in Perl, there's ways to do things that aren't necessarily apparent to someone else who might be reading your code. There are tricks that you can do that are going to make things better. A lot of times, too, there's ways to write things that are going to be shorter, but they're not going to make as much sense. If you ever write code and you think, that was really clever what I did there, maybe take a step back and think, okay, that was clever, but am I going to remember how clever I was 6 months from now? And think about writing it in a little bit simpler way. Don't be afraid to put comments in your code. A lot of us have the tendency to start to write comments and then say, well, it's obvious. Like, I don't need this code here because it's obvious what I meant to do. Maybe not. I know personally, code that I've written 6 months ago, I didn't write that code. Some other guy did. Past Kid Clamp, he wrote that. And I don't like that guy. He was bad at coding. The other thing is, just remember that it's a global community. Other people are going to be looking at the software. Jokes are really helpful. We all love jokes. They don't always land across languages. So if you get a little too clever in your code or in your comments on the bugs, just remember that people might not be following you, and we want to make sure that communication is clear. All right, we've finished coding. We did a great job, didn't we? Now our code goes on to review. Reviewing is a hard part because we all want our code to be reviewed, and we don't necessarily make the time to review other people's code. Remember that it is a reciprocal process. One of the biggest things you can do to get your code reviewed is go review somebody else's code. We talk about being part of a community because we are, and being in the community means being a member of that community. So when reviewing, this is where I say think big. Think small when you're coding. When you're reviewing, think big. Get as many people involved in this bug as you can. Give as much explanation as you can. When you write your test plan for a bug, you need to not just say the steps that you've changed or what you're doing. You want to walk people through how to use your feature. Sometimes just writing the test plan itself is enough for someone to come along and say, this is too many steps. We can't, like, this workflow won't work for a library that has to do this 10,000 times a day. You need to make your workflow shorter. Is a good way. It also, when we're talking about review, the goal, even though I'm presenting this to you as a way to get your code into the community, the goal isn't just to get your code into the community. The goal is to do it right. The goal is to develop your feature in the best way possible. So remember that when you get comments from the QA team, when people ask you why you did things this way or they suggest a new way of doing things, listen to them. Because the idea isn't, I did this and I want to get my code in. It's, we want to make the software the best that we can. We want to do this the right way. So you really want as many people involved. Embrace your feedback. I kind of already touched upon this point, but it is a really good idea, is just listen to what you're hearing. You know, if you write a test plan and somebody comes and they say, I don't understand this test plan, don't necessarily assume that the problem was with them. Maybe it's you. Maybe you didn't write a test plan that everyone understands. Also, by the way, for any Koha developers out here, if I'm looking at you when I say things, that doesn't mean that I'm accusing you of them. I just know you, so I like to look at you. Now, if I stop and then I'm talking about you. Remember here, follow the golden rule. Treat people like you would like to be treated. If people give you feedback, embrace it so that when you give them feedback later, they're more likely to accept it. Your code has been reviewed. Now it's time to go back and code again. But we love coding, right? So we don't mind this step. This is a good idea. Be willing to go back and do your code again. And then it gets reviewed again. And we follow the same steps. And again. And again. Whew. All right. We made it. Success. Our code has gotten pushed to master. The RM has agreed that he likes it. We're really excited. What happens next? Remember to follow through on things. A lot of times during development of a bug, someone will say, hey, wouldn't it be cool if you also did this? What if we had feature X on top of this? And you'll say, that is a good idea. I'll follow a bug. And then do you know what you do? You don't file that bug. You don't write that code. You promise to get it through review, and we don't follow up. Make sure you do follow through. It's a big part of the community, making sure that you've followed through on the promises that you made, and that you follow through with the users. That after the code gets in, you go to the user and you make sure that everything is working the way they want. Otherwise, you know, they get a feature that's halfway to where they wanted, and they're not going to be happy with it. The last thing is to give back. I think the New Zealand people have a word for giving back to the community. I'm trying. Koha. Remember that, like, the community means nothing without you. It's also harder to say. Community. You need the you in there. This is where you remember too, when you submit your code to the community, the thing I always do is I submit my code and then I start watching my email. I'm like, did somebody sign it off? Did somebody review it? Has anyone looked at my code? Where's my code? I want my code to go forward. When you feel that way, go look at somebody else's code, because that's probably what they're doing, is waiting for you to review it. I repeat that point a lot, but it's really not a bad idea. The other thing that I suggest, you know, just be friendly. I honestly think a lot of where I've gotten in Koha and things that I've gotten done are because people don't want to make me sad. And that's okay. My code is decent. That's fine. But working with people is a great way to move things forward. That's it.
Yes, now it's working. Any questions you have? What's the best way to name the bug in Bugzilla?
You know, I gave a presentation about that once upon a time. The best way to name a bug is, there's a couple things I would say there. One is consider how the user is going to look for it. And the second is be verbose. So consider the way the user is going to use it. If you're trying to get something out there that needs librarian feedback, give your bug a title that librarians understand. Don't title it something obscure. Don't reference the code files that you're touching. Like a lot of times we'll do that. We'll like change this in member.pl. That means nothing to librarians. Tell them, you know, on the patron edit screen, we're going to change this feature. And never be afraid to be verbose. We say that we should keep our titles short, but if you've ever looked at our system preferences tend to be every word about what thing we're doing. And that's because it makes it clear. And that's just the idea there. But also, no matter what you name your bug, in 3 weeks, you're not going to remember what you called it when you go searching for it. All right, no more questions.
No more.
I'm going to sit down.
Well, there was someone who had a question. Okay. So we can move on. And now we have. Yeah. Oh, it's. Yeah, follow this. Yeah. You have 10 minutes time to.
I thought there'd be more discussion.
Me too.
Your talk was too good. It was. I'm going to send the video to my speakers.
Haluatko puhua tähän?
Mieluummin tähän. Testing. Jos kuuluu. Mä siirrän tähän lähemmäs.
Nimenomaan vähän.
Minusta sekin on niin outo se.
Joo, koska siis toka puhuja ei kuulu niin hyvin. Joo, mun piti
onneksi mä oon hyvänä töppö, niin
nimenomaan. Ja sitten tosiaan vaan kova ääni sieltä.
Joo.
Hänellä oli myös se, että hän vähän hiljemmalle.
Niin,
no sun piti laittaa kovemmalle.
Pitäis
Okay, we can continue with our program. And now we have Tuula Pääkkönen, and she's going to talk about the use of Perl in the National Library of Finland.
Yeah, in the context of the technical portfolio that we have developed. But welcome all, nice to be here, and I'm very grateful to the organizers that they accepted my abstract. I'm from the research library south from the digital humanism unit, so we have lots of different kind of coding systems in place, and that's why, for example, Perl has been quite important for us. So my abstract is about the spoiler to what I'm going to talk about, is about the technical portfolio of National Library of Finland, and what this actually contains are the applications, databases, frameworks, and programming languages that we have in use. And naturally, because we are anyway quite large organizations, the Perl usage varies between different organizations. So some use it a lot, and then in some cases it's kind of fading away, and the other languages that I maybe mention later on and are kind of taking its place. Because it's Monday, so I think that you haven't heard so many National Library presentations, so I was thinking that tell something about this organization a bit. So one good thing to notice that we are part of University of Helsinki, so that's why maybe the location is also explained by that, but we are an independent institute, so we have kind of our own management and so forth, but kind of work together with the university. Well, the origins are very far away, so 1640, when the library was kind of created as part of the Academy of Turku. And naturally, as library life goes, so there has been a fire in Turku, the Great Turku Fire, and whole city burned down, and then also the library kind of was destroyed in that context. And for some reasons, then the library moved to Helsinki side. And we have to thank a lot about this European context that that we got our collections back in a way that these other libraries kind of help us to recreate everything that was kind of destroyed. Then if I jump directly to the 1990s, so Center for Digitization and Preservation was established. I'm from there, and the digitization started, and then we created this web system diginationallibrary.fi that was one of the first online systems for showing this kind of digitized material and having this kind of search for the contents for it. I think Australia's Trove was the first system, so this was one of the very first ones there. And on 1998 there was kind of first 100,000 pages digitized, and currently we are at something like 26 million pages, which is kind of books, digitized newspapers, journals, and so forth. Okay, so here's a timeline again, and what I always forget to mention is this 1707, that is important in the sense that that gave the legal deposit law, that kind of mandated the fact that everything published was delivered to Finland or National Library. So that enabled the collections to be captured throughout the years. And it, in that sense, very important thing, regardless of the legal statute in that sense. Okay, in the opening session today, there was already mentioning that we support open source and we have lots of services, and here's a kind of illustration of what we have. And this is only a glimpse, and there are lots of other systems also, but maybe one of the most familiar ones, at least in Finland side. So Finna Services is kind of this main portal which the end users use. So it enables the collection searches across multiple organizations. So I think that there are over 400 organizations currently, so libraries all over Finland, museums and so forth, that can kind of enable the search of the material via that. Then we have these publication repositories, doria.fi, that is kind of this kind of service that we offer, for example, universities, so that they can put theses, reports, all kind of material that they publish via these repositories. Then we have the diginationallibrary.fi that we have for the digitized materials from our own collections mainly. So that's kind of enables search and so forth for that. Then naturally, because we are in PerlKohaCon, so library management system, so Koha is there as a basis for the library management side. And with that, there's also important thing is this Melinda, that is the National Metadata Repository. So across different libraries, it's possible to describe the book and then combine this all data to one system. So one library can utilize the descriptions done by the second one. So it's very useful system in that sense. And then very recent development is this Fonte system. So that is kind of this archival material storage. So there's ephemera stuff. So ephemera is these brochures, ads, this kind of very mix match of material. And this Fonte system was kind of launched this June, so a couple of months ago. And its material is also available via Finna for searching. So, as you can kind of remember from the colorful slide, so we have a challenge here. So we have lots of different information systems. So if you notice those 7, 8 main blocks that were on the previous slide, so there are lots of background systems that support those things, and there are tools that kind of created to solve some particular issue. And naturally, we have also this time issue. So everything used in the library has this kind of long time span that we needed. So certain systems have been around for 10 years or 20 years even. So that means that the style of programming and the programming languages have been changing over the years. And naturally, then the different systems are in different life cycle phases. As there comes new demands or new requirements, so then we might need some new tools, and then maybe replace some other tools with other things. And naturally, then also that we have multiple teams with multiple goals that should all be done with these different systems, let's say. And then the solution was that, okay, we have to manage this information somehow, that what we actually have here. And then the idea was to create this kind of technical portfolio. I can't remember if we had this fancy name already in the beginning, but idea was to collect this information and kind of get organized in that sense. And it was starting point was 2019, because it was one of the latest things that we did before Corona hit and everything kind of went in a different direction, but it was one of the workshops that we have. So nearly all IT and technical people that we had in the organization get together, and we just started listing and putting yellow sticky notes that we are using this and we are using this. And actually it was not so far else, so-called P languages all ended up to the portfolio. So Perl, PHP, Python were all there. I think there might be more Ps, but these were the ones that were valid for us at least. Okay. Yeah, but not just these programming languages. So our concept for the technical portfolio was this, that we have kind of 4 categories. So applications, so Apache, Koha, all kind of these major systems that are kind of supporting other information systems in a way. And we have had lots of discussion there that what is actually an application and what is a support system. So is something that we have bought a license something that is an application. So that is actually still discussed, because we have to keep it in such a level that we can maintain. So if we put everything there, so then it might go duty date, but that's something that we have to juggle a bit. What is the desired level there? So okay, databases, I think that we have everything possible. So Oracle, Elasticsearch, PostgreSQL, for example, there. Then frameworks, so it seems that almost all programming languages bring their own framework, so there are Angular, Flask, React, I think even was there, and so forth. And then also programming languages was quite kind of large set, so Perl, Python, Java, and so forth were there. And there was some discussion about this, which thing goes where, so is Elasticsearch a database, or should it be applications or something? So this kind of meta discussion was also kind of quite useful. Okay, so who then are then behind the technical portfolio? So we have this applications interoperability group where we have people from different units and teams from the organization. It is about a dozen, but I think 20 might be more current number here. And it has been very useful because it helps sharing this information across units, because occasionally, or quite often, there comes some regulatory changes, for example, that we have to implement something in multiple systems, so then this is a good place to discuss this, that how are you doing this and how could collaborate in that base. And hopefully this helps in the code-based management in the long run, because we have now some kind of awareness of which languages are in the use, and we also did this kind of initial competence level. So we are at this competence level and we would like to be there, so how do we kind of bridge the gap there in a way, and kind of develop competencies to those languages that we need in the future. And it's interesting that our GitHub repository is quite wide, so if you check it, I think there's 300 something repositories kind of supporting these different systems that we have, so it is kind of scary if you look at some point, so that there's lots of code to be done. And this was actually interesting that I checked this like in the beginning of summer, and it was kind of tie between Perl and Python at that moment, so there was 20 repositories with Perl and 20 with Python. And I don't know the current state, but it probably kind of twists and turns and changes between the both as time goes on. Yeah. No, well, in National Library, I think that the Koha use is main thing that is keeping it very strong, and kind of we hire new people who are doing Perl because we need Koha developed and so forth. But then in some groups, Perl usage has decreased over the years. So it seems that even Perl is kind of this language mangle, good in language processing. So the Python side might be even more popular for that. At least it seems that the researchers like Python for some reason more. And actually one interesting thing are these language models and code generation. So I think that this was last week published an article in Arxiv about code generation with multiple languages. And they had some 30 code examples, and they put them to the ChatGPT that generate us a code. And it was like 45% of them were kind of executable. So how do you, it might be a good result or it might not. So it is kind of interesting that how this evolves in the future. So is it so that AI is going to generate all the code and we happily can just give a prompts to it? Okay, so in bigger picture, so the technical portfolio is kind of a new angle to the technical management, because it kind of shows that what we have and what we have to manage in a way. So it is kind of information adds pain, says one Finnish saying. So this awareness is something that we have got, and it gives structure to the information that we have, because this is lots of hidden information, and idea is to solve all the cases when someone important leaves the organization. So hopefully this gives an idea that, okay, who then can maybe help with things. But anyway, it has been also something that has given, it has also allowed this flexibility, because we have to think that, okay, there can't be one programming languages that solves all the things. So finding the correct tool for the job is kind of the thing. And then naturally also this is useful for discussion with other organizations. For example, University of Helsinki has this own architecture system, so we can utilize this our own description of technologies with the university side. But that is not the only portfolio that we have, so there's kind of box of portfolios exist. So technical portfolio is kind of one, but then we are kind of developing standards portfolio, so all the library standards collected and what are used in different systems. Then also project portfolio. This is very interesting because all of the projects that are done in various programs and various years is there, so listing all of those. And also this information systems portfolio. So having all of these information systems that we have and kind of the interconnected systems is also one important thing. Just for example, to find a contact point if there's comes some information security issue or something like that. So it's very practical and useful in that sense. Okay, so as a summary, so in a short, I think the Techno portfolio has been a nifty tool to show or store information about the organization. But I think that the risk is that how to keep it light enough so that it can be maintained in the future. And maintenance is something that we need. And I think that the one thing that we have noticed that we need kind of this additional metadata, for example, what licenses are used in different systems and so forth that are kind of important there. But then, things to consider in the future. So I think that most of you have seen this XCD comic about dependency. And as a project manager, it always worries me that is there somewhere that kind of tiny block that Nebraska fellow is kind of maintaining. So finding those is kind of the thing. And also these big and important modules. So can we do some kind of background checks so that is there a community behind a certain component? Can we trust that this component exists to 5 years on? Or do we have some kind of transition plan that, okay, we can't help this or something like that? For example, like the system formerly known as Twitter. So it's broke all the interfaces. So we have to now have something replacing that. Then natural licenses are interesting. So this tiny interesting part might also have a tiny interesting license. So checking those out is also interesting thing, or something to be managed in the technical portfolio. And I think that the one interesting thing is also this EU Cyber Resilience Act. So this was circling on the June side. So EU is doing this kind of regulation that everyone should kind of state that we know our system doesn't have any known security threats. Exactly. and okay, there's an exception for the open source part, but then it always goes, because EU things always have this definitions issue. So what is commercial software, what is open source software? So this will come very interesting in the future, and lawyers will have a interesting time. Okay, I can state that our technology portfolio might say that, okay, we have no known security threats, but what about future? So there has been, was it Heartbleed that was found like 10 years after it was made and it located, so does the EU then fine us or something like that? But if someone knows more about this Resilience Act, so please do a lightning talk or something about that. Yeah, but I think that was all for me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
This is very interesting, but one question I have is, I mean, in Sweden, where I come from, there is this discussion of how to host things of national interest.
Exactly.
Are you hosting this yourself, or is it some combination of cloud providers you are using?
I think that we have a kind of, it is purchase system, but it uses our own infrastructure, so it is not any way kind of unknown cloud. So okay. In that sense.
Okay.
And in a technical sense, this could be just a wiki page somewhere in intranet, so it doesn't have to be so more complex. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
More questions? No. So we have another 10 minutes break then. We have one.
Well, it's more legal than a technical question. It's about CDN. Do you have a property of National Library of original copyright texts as digitalization? do you use some attention on CDN that you connect about this, or you spread without checking this?
Hopefully I got your. So we have to check the copyrights before we publish anything in the internet. So that's one thing, and all that this in copyright is then available in the legal deposit libraries. So there are these specific terminals in 6 places in Finland where you can go to check them, and yeah, if I got your question right.
Yes, in fact, you don't because it's one of the problem of CDN that it's in fact CDN do multiple copies around the world without any real control from the end user of the uploader user, and if this is the question, if you do some check about this, or it's not a problem for you.
Yeah, and we have actually most of the material is in our own servers or purchases from the CSC, that is kind of the IT services provider for Finland. So it says in Finnish servers, let's say. So it doesn't go to the world or cloud in that sense. Yeah.
So now we have the 10 minutes break.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks.
Is it working? Perfect.
So it's the time for the last talk of this session, and it's Matt Blenkinsop's a new developer's guide to Koha and Perl. Yeah. Welcome.
Thanks very much. So I'm Matt, I'm here with PTFS Europe. I'm just going to give you a quick run through of sort of my experiences in both the Koha and Perl communities since I've joined. So just going to start with a little bit about me and my background and what I mean by a new developer into those communities. Then a little bit about the company and the rest of the team, because it's not just my experiences that are part of this presentation. There's a couple of other new developers in our team as well, so it's sort of a combined set of experiences. How I got started with Koha, we'll look at as well, what steps I had to go through, and what obviously any other new developer will need to go through to get into the community and start developing. The challenges that we faced as part of that, and obviously what could potentially be done to try and improve in that scenario. The first steps that I took in terms of learning Perl, because Perl was a brand new language to me, starting in Koha and with PTFS. And then a bit about the community involvement I've had as well, and that's a bit more Koha specific, because really this conference is my first involvement in the Perl community. So excited to see what that community's got this week. Then just to finish, a little bit about what we could maybe do to try and bring some new devs into both communities, so what could potentially be done on that front. And then obviously if we've got time at the end, any questions that anyone's got. But I know we've got a break after this, so people might want coffee. So just a bit about me and my background and what I mean by a new developer. So those of you scanning the slides will see that 6 years working in the rail industry is not a normal developer's career path. So that's where I started straight out of university. I went on to a 2-year graduate scheme and then did some roles working as a commodity buyer and a global buyer. But eventually deciding that that wasn't the career path for me. That's not where I saw myself going forwards. I've been doing a little bit of coding in the background, sort of hobby projects, that sort of thing. I had a couple of friends, and also my brother is a developer, so they were sort of pointing me at a few things and realised that I enjoyed it far more than what I was doing. So I took the decision to quit. So after 6 years working there, and if there's one thing I learned in those 6 years, is that the UK rail network was built about 200 years ago, and nothing has changed since. So it was time to get out. So I took about 4 or 5 months off, and I taught myself to code, focusing on JavaScript for a couple of reasons. One is that the developers that I knew were JavaScript developers, so they were pointing me in that direction as a good language to start with, which is very sort of popular. There's a lot of jobs, etc. And if you're going to try and change career, that was the direction they pointed me in. But I also did my own research as well. I wasn't just going to believe them. And that obviously was a lot of that stuff on the internet was sort of pointing in that direction as well. So obviously Perl the Koha project has got some JavaScript, so those skills have been able to transfer over, but Perl was brand new to me after that training once I started with PTFS. I sort of built a bit of a portfolio, a mixture of small projects. So for example, I cloned the game Wordle, for those of you that played that, which is quite a good project to do because you can play Wordle every day and pretend that you're working. So that was sort of what I was doing, and then some sort of larger applications as well, building those into the portfolio, just to try and evidence that I could actually do what my CV was pretending I could do. So I started applying for jobs back in sort of September, October last year, and for those of you that know anything about UK politics, that's just when Liz Truss decided to crash the UK economy. So the job market really closed up, but thankfully people were still hiring. One of those was PTFS, And if I've got one tip from applying to those jobs, it's that if you apply to a company and they send you a list of questions to answer, and the job description asks for a candidate with attention to detail, make sure you spell the company's name right when you're answering those questions. I spent a lot of time on the answers. I typed them all out and I hit send, and as soon as it refreshed on the page, I immediately spotted in the last paragraph PFTS instead of PTFS, and I thought, I hope that's just a one-off, but it was all the way through. So I couldn't believe I hadn't noticed, but thankfully no one at PTFS did either. So they hired me, and I've been putting typos into Koha ever since. But yeah, so I started back in mid-November 2022, and just a quick bit about PTFS Europe. It is PTFS. That just for those of you that might not have heard of us, we're an open source library solution support company based in the UK. So obviously we're very involved with Koha. We also support Aspen alongside of that for a lot of our customers, as well as Folio and Metabase, two of the other products that we support. And we're 24 people now, which has grown quite a lot even since I've joined. And we've got 5 devs, 2 or 3 working on Koha at a time, so we try and rotate around to cover all the products that we're supporting. Just some Twitter and YouTube links there. I think the YouTube was mentioned earlier. Thanks to Kelly and Jesse for mentioning that. That's got some sort of helpful videos and content on there for anyone that wants to sort of go and check that out and see if any of that's got any use to you. I mentioned the 5-man strong dev team there, and that's obviously, I said at the start that we've got quite a few new devs in the team, so it's a collective set of experiences. Some of you will know Martin's name. He's been in the community for what feels like forever. He's been with PTFS, I think, pretty much since it started. So he's got a huge amount of knowledge. But then you look at the dates further down and you can see that Jacob and I only joined, what I think it's about 9 months ago now, which is already flying past. Pedro very quickly after in January, and then only 6 or 7 weeks ago we took on Alexander as well. And you can see Jacob, myself and Alexander, we're all in as junior software engineers because all 3 of us were completely different career paths before joining. I think Jacob was a chef, which is a pretty normal leap, chef to developer, and Alexander was a teacher. So all 3 of us have come from completely different fields, and so we've had to really try and, I guess, adjust, not just to working with Koha and with Perl, but working in a sort of a tech environment as well. So there's been some challenges there, obviously, which is what we're going to try and cover today. The one thing I'll say now is that obviously we've gone through this experience of starting, but we have had access to Martin, who's probably one of the best resources around because of how much he knows. But obviously the IRC community chat's been mentioned a few times today, so if there's anyone thinking of getting involved, you have got access to similar resources. You just need to try and pop into the IRC, and there's generally going to be someone in there that can help you. I guess the advantage we have is that when you pop into IRC, you're hoping someone helps you out of the kindness of their heart, whereas Martin is contractually obliged to help us. So it doesn't matter how much we annoy him. So when we first started, obviously one of the first things that we did was try to set up Koha testing Docker, KTD. And this was back in November. So this was before, at the time there were 2 separate repositories. There was one for the ARM architecture, which was obviously what I needed to run on MacBook, and then there was the normal repository, which the rest of my team were all running because they all run Linux environments. At the time, we didn't know that repository existed, so I spent probably best part of a week staring at error logs, wanting to throw my laptop out the window, wondering why the KTD wouldn't boot up for me, whereas for Jacob it was up within an hour. At the time I was feeling a bit stupid, but luckily Martin didn't know either, so that made me feel a bit better. But as you'll see there, that says pre-integration, so that is now combined, and both are all into one repository, so it's now covered by that one KTD repository, and that's supporting all of the different system architectures, which is obviously a massive improvement. So once I'd finally got up and running, I could actually start to look towards submitting my first batch. This quite luckily was just after the 22.11 release and the new CSS changes, and one of the sort of frequent issues with the white background sections were missing in various parts of Koha. So those just needed a quick one-line fix. So that was a very easy way of just getting through the process of using the Bugzilla tools, and going through the first sort of sign-off and QA procedure. And I have to say that was a very smooth process. I think Bugzilla, it's not a perfect tool, but I don't think there is one. And I think it works very well for what we use. I think there's been some discussion about using in discussion or not, and that's obviously something that the community maybe there's some differences on, but I think generally the process works pretty smoothly, and also being able to just integrate straight from your dev environment into that makes sort of the code process flow very smooth. So I was quite pleased with how simple that was for a first-time starter. That was something that potentially I was a bit worried about, but it was a very smooth process to go through. And then shortly after joining, we signed up as PTFS as a whole, the whole dev team, to do the release maintenance for the 2211 branch. So for those of you not familiar with the term release maintenance, that's effectively making sure that the latest release, as it was at the time, 2211, all of the bug fixes that are still coming through community are being pushed back into that stable branch, and then obviously flowing down through the other releases that we're still supporting. So we did that for 6 months up until May when we released 2305. And now Pedro and myself are still the maintainers for the old stable branch for 2211. So I'll take this opportunity now with a live audience to say if there's anything wrong with 2211, it's Pedro's fault. Hi Pedro, if you're watching. So that was the first steps that I took in Koha, and obviously over the last sort of 6 months or so. So I've already mentioned, in terms of challenges faced, the integration of the two repositories that existed. That I think is a massive step forward, and we've sort of proven that now at PTFS by not just having the dev team installed with KTD. We've now got a number of instances running across the company in different teams, and we're finding that, to be honest, there's a lot of use for KTD beyond just the developers. So for example, those of you that saw the usage statistics demo this morning that Jonathan did, that was run through KTD, also installed on a MacBook, which was very smooth and easy to do. I think Ord is running a lot of the documentation stuff through there and using it for screenshots, which he's finding very handy. And we've also got our data migration specialist running it on a Windows environment, and he's using that for some plugin development to help them with the data migrations. So he's finding a lot of use out of having a sort of environment he can mess around with and not worry about breaking a test server or something that he's been using in the past. And similarly for customer support, we're finding that that can be a good way of just testing something and making sure you're not going to cause a problem with sort of a solution that you're putting onto a support ticket. One of the big challenges I faced in the early days was going from my own personal projects, where I've written all of it and they're quite small really, to going to something as big as Koha. It's hundreds of files, there's so much code in there. I think when you first start, it's quite daunting and intimidating just working out where something is. You might have a one-line fix that you need to do, and it takes you half an hour to work out where that goes. So I think we had a very quick run through with Martin around sort of the model view controller concept that, of how to use that to find files. And I think just maybe a very quick guide, which I might look to put together just for new developers, just to try and take away some of that potential intimidation. And just little things for people who maybe aren't used to Perl systems, like the fact that the script name appears in the URL, and you can very quickly use that to try and find out where you need to be looking in the code. So that's something I'm going to look to try and put in place, just maybe to help anyone who's looking in and thinking it's a bit too much for that first attempt at a bug fix. Further documentation improvements I think that could definitely be done are things, for example, we've got the KTD plugin tools, which are brilliant for developing plugins, and obviously we've been using that, like I mentioned, with one of the members of our team. But at the moment, the docs for how those work are sort of in a small footnote at the bottom of the KTD repository. They're not in the main KTD wiki, the Koha wiki. I think the plugin tools that are in that wiki are still quite sort of out of date. So I think that's something, because it's a really, really useful set of tools that we can use to develop with those. I think that would be something definitely worth documenting properly, or at least transferring the documentation we've got into sort of the location where the rest is kept. Cypress testing is relatively new really with ERM. That's not something that we've, I guess, had in Koha for very long, but I think I've seen on a few ERM bugs people asking how to run the Cypress tests when they're required. I think that, again, is something that maybe could be documented a bit better, because there's various ways of running the Cypress tests. You can run them in the CLI, or you can have a window that pops up and runs the test through in front of you. So there's lots of different ways of doing that, and I think that could be definitely documented. The Git Bugzilla integration setup and the tools for that, I think I mentioned earlier, it was very smooth, but obviously at the time we had Martin helping us run through and set that up. I did go back and have a look in preparation for this presentation at those tools, and I think the explanations are there and they're good. But I think for someone who's maybe less technically minded, there might be a few steps where they might not be 100% confident on what they're trying to do. So one of the things that I want to try and do going forward, because it's easy for me to stand here now and say we need to fix the documentation, but I'm going to try and put an hour or 2 hours a week going forward, if I can, towards trying to help with the documentation. And I guess general plea to anyone in the room who's maybe thinking about giving some of this a try and maybe getting set up. If you're using any of the documentation at any point, and there's something that you're not clear on or isn't quite, very easy to follow, then please jump into the IRC or get in touch with someone in the community and just point that out to us, because a lot of the time we don't know the documentation needs fixing, especially if you're the one that wrote it. It makes sense to you because you know what you're doing, but to someone else it might not. So if anyone sees anything that they're not sure on, then please let us know, and that's the easiest way that we'll be able to improve the documentation. There was a lot of work that we did at Hackfest back in March, identifying areas in documentation, and I think, like with a lot of things, there was a bit of progress shortly afterwards, but then I think, like everything else, life catches up and other work, and I think slowly things have maybe tailed off. So I want to try and revive that list and see where we got to with things and what I can maybe look at sort of a couple of hours a week to try and help improve. So moving on to Perl, and obviously slightly different observations. These are more my observations compared to what I've previously learned in terms of JavaScript, because whilst my obviously role is working on Koha, and Perl is the main tool that I'm using for a lot of that, but I am still using a lot of JavaScript within that Perl work, such as the view elements that we're using now. So pretty early on I realized that it was really, really good for text and date processing. I don't know how many people in the room have worked with dates in JavaScript and wanted to throw your laptop out the window. It's really in a different world when it comes to that. For me, referencing and dereferencing was a completely new concept. I think quite a lot of the bugs that I put into Koha that fail QA come back for referencing. So that's something that was very new to me, as well as having to end every line with a colon. Every time I write code, I go and test it, and I get a compilation error because I've forgotten countless semicolons. So I think that button's already quite worn, or I've mashed it angrily on a number of occasions. And then the final point, this one's almost a plea for help, to be honest. When you're running a query for the database, and in JavaScript you run the query, and if you want to just check that the data that you've got back is what you're expecting, it's very easy to just log that to the console. You get a nice JSON object and you can quickly see what that data is and whether that's what you're expecting. For example, you run a query to fetch 2 patrons, and you know that it's going to fetch 2 patrons because that's what you're aiming to do. And you can very easily see those 2 patron objects and check that's what you've got. Whereas what I still haven't worked out in Perl is I write that query and I put a dumper in to dump that out to the logs, and I get what seems to be the whole database schema. Can't work out what that data actually is. I have to start doing unblessed, as list, and all these things, destructuring it. A lot of the time I write the query, and the query might work first time, but it takes me half an hour to work out what. So it might be that there's someone in this room that knows an answer to that and can tell me within 30 seconds. And if you can, if there's one thing I want to take away from this conference, it's an answer to that. Actually, no, it's stickers. I want stickers, but also an answer to that. So if you've got an answer, please come and find me, or stickers. But if that is something that actually maybe isn't quite so easily done in Perl, then I don't know, maybe there's something that could be done in terms of an expansion on the dumper library or something similar. But as I say, there probably is an answer, I just haven't found it yet, and it's something that's really been quite different for me versus working with JavaScript. Obviously, when I first started, I had to go away and learn Perl, and obviously one source that I had was the Koha code itself and trying to look, but before that I need to learn sort of the basics and how to actually start working with Perl. And there is a lot of stuff out there online, there's a lot of documentation, there are sort of courses on how to learn the basics, some of them quite interactive, where you do a little exercise and then you read about something and you do an exercise to move on. But I think there's 2 stages really to learning how to actually, there's learning the basics of the language, and then there's learning how to actually go away and use that. And I think it's similar when you learn a spoken language. It's one thing learning the words, but another thing entirely to actually learn how to put it together. And also what is the best way to put it together, what is actually used. And I think there's definitely not as much with Perl of, for example, how to build a shopping app or a small social media app, that sort of thing. If you go on YouTube for JavaScript and say how to build a shopping app with React or with Vue, there will be hundreds of results, loads of series. And I think they're a very interactive way to learn, because you can follow on yourself, or you can take what you've got in that video and start to adapt it to your own projects. And also you pick up a lot of best practices from people who really know what they're doing, because Perl is one of those languages where there's so many ways of doing things. And if you're just taking the documentation and then trying to apply something, you might end up doing something that you could do so much easier, which someone who's got more experience might be able to show. So I think that's possibly an area where the sort of the Perl resources are lacking, is that next step of how to go about building something. So just a bit on the community involvement that I've had within Koha. First thing, it's a very welcoming and friendly community. It's been very sort of nice to get involved, and everyone's been so welcoming here and at Hackfest as well. IRC is active pretty much every day, so anyone who's got questions is welcome to drop in, and generally there'll be someone in there who knows the answer. So I'd highly recommend that as a starting point for trying to get involved. I know it's had a few mentions today. Hackfest, I was lucky enough to go in March this year, and that was a really brilliant event. I would highly recommend that to anyone who wants to try and get involved. It's not necessarily just for developers. We had a lot of library staff there this year, and that was really useful, because I think it's been mentioned in a talk earlier today that we are developers, we're not librarians. So what we might think is the right way to do something isn't necessarily the right way to do something, and it's useful to have all those different inputs and experiences there. So I would highly recommend that. Release maintenance as well. I think that's one of the really good things that I've done since starting, and I think for any other support companies that bring new developers in, that's something I'd really recommend getting a new dev into, especially if there's someone with my level of experience, because I think Koha is so large, as I've said, that sometimes you can work on it for weeks, months, maybe even years, and you'll never touch certain areas of it. You'll have no idea what's happening in that particular part of Koha. Whereas with release maintenance, you're watching all of the bugs and the changes come through, and you're sort of just keeping a general awareness of what's changing. And quite often, if we have support tickets and stuff come through from customers, we recognize something from release maintenance that we think might have had an impact, because we've seen that come through our queue. And it's brilliant as well for improving Git skills, because teaching myself on my own projects, all I needed was git add, commit and push, and that's all I really had to use. So I think having to deal with conflicts and then also doing some debugging on tests that fail occasionally if you've not quite rebased something, and I think there's a lot of value to be had from doing that, especially as a new developer into the community, because it just gives you a much more in-depth introduction. So just finishing off with what could potentially be done to try and bring some new developers in. Just some small points and observations. Obviously some of these I've covered. So Perl, as I've mentioned, just more, I guess, next step online resources, I'll call them. So that sort of how to do things. I think that's, if people want to learn how to do something before they've even chosen the language, they might just go and Google, how do I do this? And they'll start to pick the languages probably that give them the most results and look the most active and popular. And I think that's possibly somewhere where Perl is not quite as, the resources aren't as rich as in other languages. They are probably out there, but they're probably harder to find, and there's maybe not as many, or they're maybe a bit more out to date. So that's something that I really noticed when I first started. Once I'd done the basics of Perl courses, there wasn't much beyond sort of just going into Koha and using that as my reference point. But as I say, that's so big, it's very hard to get a grasp of Koha as a whole. So smaller style applications would have been very useful. For Koha, every little helps. So we've got a lot of people already involved with doing sign-off. Some of our customers, for example, do that using the sandboxes. So if there's any library stuff in the room today, probably all in the Finnish library user group presentation. If there is anyone in here, then we always welcome sign-offs. That's really useful to have librarian input on those. And that can be done either with these sandboxes, or if people want, they're more technically minded, they want to set up the KTD. As I've said, it's got a lot of uses beyond just development, and one of those is that you can sign off patches. And then obviously the next step from that is to maybe look at some of the academy bugs, and then from there progress, make some more contributions and start to become active as Koha developers. So I think there's definitely a way to try and encourage people who are involved in Koha maybe in a small way, and then start to try and upstream them maybe into contributing a bit more. I think there could be a lot of value to have from that, especially if we have more librarians who are actually able to contribute a bit of development rather than just developers guessing what librarians want. Then in terms of sort of cooperation, I think it's been mentioned obviously in the fact that we're having this joint conference, I think is a really good event. And I think the two communities can do a lot to promote each other. So I know on the Koha wiki we've got some Perl resources, and I think that could be expanded just to promote what's out there for people to go and have a look at. And I think from a Perl perspective, there's a lot of developers out there that might be looking for Perl projects to be involved in. And maybe I would assume that Koha is probably one of, if not the biggest, open source Perl project out there. And so I would say that probably promoting that as a starting point for people to go and have a look at would be a very good way of sort of sharing the resource between, or the promotion between the two communities. And that's my experience as a developer. So thank you very much. And any questions?
For your issue with trying to get some of the data, you wrote DBIX. Are you is these the Koha wrappers around DBIX class? Okay, yeah, you asked about getting that information easier. It's too much right now, but if you want to talk to me afterwards, I can show you a couple of things you can do.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I will document those.
Not really a question, but bravo for your quick integration into the community and
thank you
for your involvement.
Thank you very much. No one else?
Any more?
I'm actually curious to ask, when you say IRC, do you mean Internet Relay Chat or something else?
Yes.
Because you didn't have a channel name there, so you're just supposed to go to the IRC and hopefully find...
The links are all on the Koha website, so
cool.
Yeah, hit the Koha website and all the links are available there.
Congrats, nice talk, and you went very fast within the community. That's remarkable. I wanted to ask about new developers' involvement. When we started the API, one of the key ideas was we could revamp our interface, the user interface, using new tools. Do you think we are in a good position regarding our Vue integration? Do we have good documentation on the libraries we've developed or the framework we developed?
So just said on the Vue integration, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah. As in
Vue.js.
Vue.js, not Vue as in the page.
Sorry for that. Vue.js.
Vue.js. Yeah, I think the ERM module was the starting point, and I think that's got, obviously that's growing. I think there's usage statistics coming, and I think a preservation module as well, using Vue. So I think there's a lot of, I guess, example and existing code there, which could start to be used. I think there was potentially some work to move cities to Vue as well, as an example. So I think with the example code that we have, I think we're definitely in a position to start doing it, because I guess the integration from that first ERM setup has been done. We've got integrations to the API that exists in Koha, the Swagger API, but also that is pretty easily accessible now through the Vue application. So I think there's definitely a very strong position to start moving forwards with that.
As a new Koha developer, can you provide some feedback to the QA team about the best ways to give feedback to new developers? Like how can we help tell you when things need to be done differently? Like what kind of feedback do you prefer?
Well, I think for me personally, the feedback I've had has always been sort of very constructive. I've never felt like I'm being, sort of told my code is rubbish or anything like that. And I'm aware that probably for a lot of cases it is. So I think I've always found it very constructive. I think generally, obviously I've had different sizes of bugs. So for example, when it's quite a large, let's say lots of changes going through at once, I think the point you made in your talk earlier about breaking it up is definitely something that I'll consider moving forwards. But I think generally Katrine, for example, is very good at breaking it out point by point, and then you've got sort of a numbered list that you can go through and address. So I think generally it's been pretty constructive, and I guess it's probably personal to each developer, but I don't think your feedback is ever sort of the thing that anyone would ever take as an insult. So.
Any more questions? No more.
Oh,
we still have half an hour. Oh, it's bad to hear yourself through these. Yeah. Okay, I suppose we are ending the live stream now then. Thank you everyone for participating who was on the live feed, and we will be back tomorrow and see you then, hopefully. Thank you.